Got some classical music going today. Yeah. So we're done this. We're on the ammo box. What up, go for it. It is a pointy sword. It is not what we're going to be using as the sword, though. I found my old Magnus scimitar. I think it's more fitting for a Zinch-themed night. Yeah, it could be. It's getting cut off. I'm definitely going to cut it off. I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do, though, for the front side. We've got a lot of work to do with that. Because, dude, I hate how it looks. I mean, look at it. It's the most bland possible sword you could have on a knight. Like, it's just super bland. The Chaos Chainsword looks way more ridiculous than this. It's so much better. So, we're going to be chaosifying and converting this guy. And I think a lot of it's going to come down to, like, I just have an ocean of bits. I really do. I just have an ocean of bits. It's either going to be Magnus's scimitar or maybe, just maybe, we're going to do, like, some kind of fusion technique. Because I have a couple things I can use to make this work. We got a lot going on. I installed a cabinet this morning. I was all excited to get back to streaming this guy. And then my parents were like, we have a new cabinet we need you to put up. I was like, God damn it. So I drove over there and I was just like, let me get this done. We power through. Alright, we don't need to trim these because it's underneath. Do a flip. Only it were that easy. If doing a flip could solve all world problems. Tamia. I tried once when I was a little kid. I did it from a swing. And I slammed my face so hard into the mulch that it was absolutely fucked up. My mom was like, "It's time to go." And I was like, "Fine." I did a flip. This is a big ammo box. It's huge. All right, E15, E16. Music's super quiet. Hang on. There you go. There you go, chillins. There we go. There we are. I'm putting a lot of faith into this Tamiya glue. My buddy swears by it, and so does like most of the internet. But I remember I put together one kill team with it. I was like, alright, let me try this out. Everyone online says it works really well. Everyone online says it's this insanely good glue. I want to see it. I want to see it in action. So I put together a kill team with it. I think it was my Phobos. And I've never had more parts fall off of a model, like over time. Like, I picked up my, I picked up my Phobos Scout. I don't know. I picked up my Phobos Reaver Lord, the Reaver Sergeant. And, like, I picked him up and his arm just fell off. Like, just fell off, went into the box. I was like, oh, okay. So I had my Tamiya on hand. I re-glued it, and it kind of held. And then it fell off, like, midway through the game. And it's like, all right, I don't... I had a backpack fall off. I don't understand it. It should work. From what everyone tells me, Tamiya is literally, you use it, you hold for a split second, the glue kind of melts the plastic together and then holds it. And I'm like, yeah, that would work. You know, that's how you want it if you want like a really good hold. The whole thing is you're supposed to put sprue stuff in here to make sprue goo, so you could have a Tamiya for gluing and a Tamiya for sealing up gaps. And it's like, oh, it's a cool idea. I love it. But like, hopefully it holds. Like, that's all I'm saying. I'm gonna be very mad if it doesn't. And then maybe that's my next video on my channel. Why did you all lie to me about Tamiya glue? The Tamiya conspiracy. E18? What? E18. Where is... Oh, there it is. So I know for the most part, we're building him as a regular Cerastus Knight. And a lot of people are probably like, why does it not look like he's converting it? I will. My process for conversion is to try to see the finished product in component form. Like, we're not going to be completely putting them together. We're mostly getting the components together that go together at specific joints, and then we're going to see what we can do at that point. Start cutting into things, start using green stuff to fill gaps, gluing certain components to other components, seeing how things lay. It's all very important to the whole process of what we're doing today. Like, I'm actually going to build the head, despite knowing that I'm going to be using a Mauler Fiend head instead. So it's like, huh. And it's mostly there just because if the ball joint on the back of the regular Cerastus head is better at connecting to the body than the ball at the back of the Forge Fiend head, we need to make some adjustments. That's how it is. What's up, Yudi? Yuddy. I'm gonna go with Yudi. Like a ute. An Australian small truck. Where does this all connect? Okay. Kind of want a ute. We had a ute come to the US that everyone was like, oh, we'll see if they like it over there, because they do like trucks. And then, like, no one bought it, and that was kind of sad. The Subaru Baja, I believe was its name. We are making a knight. Chaos-ify-ing a Cerastus. Because I play Chaos Knights on top of all the other armies that I play, but a lot of the knights don't come Chaosified, so I make minor adjustments to some of them. These are mostly just Slaughter Brute parts that I kind of green stuffed in. This is from the Abominant box, so this is kind of a actual Chaos thing there. I used a Chaos faceplate over top of it, because this is a Questoris. You have to buy a Questoris in order to get this. So, and then this is actually the Chaos Las Cannon. So he kind of looks chaosy, not really. The issue is I play I play Thousand Suns. So Thousand Suns are a little weird, if I'm being honest. Thousand Suns don't like mutation among their people. They try to limit the whole, like, chaos infestation in everything that they have and do. So, like, even though I could go crazy with a lot of what I've made, I don't. Because I'm trying to make it very Tzeentch themed. But this one's going to be a little different, because he is kind of huge. He's huge. So we've actually got a lot to do here. So that's the ammo box. Oh, we made it. We made it to the infamous belt. Now, this is a castigator Cerastus, so the belt is apparently, according to my community, not that bad. The belt for the other one is horrible. Because what you're supposed to do here is you start with F2 to F3. So you pick an F2. And I'm guessing they want you to glue it in on that side. And then, I guess, glue it in on this side? Is the thought process, because they don't show attaching it yet. So we're gonna have to pull and clean like most of this stuff. But we're gonna start by taking a look. I almost went Necron. I was around when Necron got released. I'm old. So, around the same time Necron got released, Chaos, the Codex, kind of opened up its gate to allow for Pantheon-themed armies to exist. Because originally Thousand Suns did exist, but they were elite choices. So you didn't really want to take them that often because they were very expensive. And also you needed 2 troop choices anyway alongside your HQ. So, like, yeah, these need to be glued. So I think the trick here is to glue the outer edge. Don't glue the middle thing? Because if you glue the middle thing... I don't know. Where does it tell me to glue? Don't glue the connector. It's to glue this. So I was playing like way back in like 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And around that time was when the Necrons were actually introduced. Okay, I think I know how we're gonna do this. Oh no, where'd it go? Okay. So I started playing back in 3rd. I picked up Chaos Space Marines because I kind of liked their concept in general. You know, they were like Space Marines, but weirdly Viking looking in a way. Like evil Vikings. Which I thought was kind of a cool aesthetic. They also had access to more magic. That was one of the big things I really liked about them, is because when I looked into regular Space Marines, it was like, oh yeah, you have librarians that do like some spells. And that's about it. And I was like, well, what does Chaos have? And they were like, they can summon demons. They have big spells and crazy stuff happening. And I was like, oh. Then I'm gonna play Chaos. Because I like spells. My buddy went with Eldar because he likes elves. And space elves were a pretty cool idea. He was down with that. They had a lot of really cool resurrection lore and like afterlife lore and history and stuff, so he was like, oh, they're really cool. I might have to mute in a second. So I started with Chaos, and I started actually with Word Bearers, because Word Bearers were like the, hey, we have icons and we summon demons better than any other faction kind of faction, and I kind of liked their general look, you know, red and silver. Over time, though, as I kind of learned the game more and more, I started leaning more into like vehicles and vehicle play, and I loved this idea of, you know, Chaos Space Marines all wore helmets with horns. And there was this game I played at the time called Biofreaks. It was on N64, I believe. And in it, my favorite character was this mechanical bull. It was a sort of a covered in guns bull creature named Minitech. So what ended up happening was, since I was leaning more and more into vehicles in 40k, I was like, all right, let me look into Iron Warriors. Not only are they easy to paint, but they also lean into that element of the game that I like, lore-wise. I mean, at the time it didn't matter. There wasn't a lot of like sub-faction stuff or anything, so you kind of were able to craft what you wanted just by having a list. So I took most of the Chaos Space Marines, which at the time, the way the models were set up, they'd have their regular Space Marine helmet and it would have two horns coming out the side and going straight up. I actively cut all of those horns perfectly at the helmet, turned them to go forward, and re-glued them back on. So I was the Iron Warrior Legion, basically the minions of Minitech kind of deal. And my leader had two power fists with these big collective wires coming off of his backpack going into them. Like, it was this really cool concept with tons of tanks. Just lots of dreadnoughts and stuff. I was having fun at the time with that. And it was enjoyable. I had some good times, I had some bad times. Just depended on which events I was going to. I actually took that specific army to an event called the War for Armageddon. I think it's the third War for Armageddon. It was the big one. They had that really cool event. That was where Gosgul got reintroduced and all that. That was fun. There was a local store that actually ran that event. I didn't get to experience the whole event because my parents were not that into the idea at the time that I was playing tabletop games with people. They would much rather me just stay at home and do chores and stuff like that. So they took me to the event 2 hours late. I showed up and the TO was like, "You're late." And I was like, "I'm a kid and I don't have a car." I'm not late. I was on time. I was just standing at my house for 2 hours waiting to go. Oh, nice. So he was like, all right, I'm going to put you in one game. If you win the game, I'll give you that territory. Because there's actually a territory-based campaign where every single person that got there on time were given a part of a territory on a map. And then we're told to expend points and whatnot to build lists. It was like a large, consistent list. And it was kind of like Risk, where you had to put parts of your army on parts of the map, right? So I went up against a kid who had put most of his forces on a defensive line at his forward, right? He played mostly Nurgle. He had a great unclean one, a lot of like Death Guard and stuff. Again, this was before Death Guard were a real thing. So he was mostly themed to be Death Guard. Because he liked them. And I remember the fight literally went not my way ever. Like, my obliterators never hit anything. I had a Predator las cannon set up that never hit anything. Like, I had so many heavy weapon squads that never hit anything. It was not good. Like, the dice, the fate of the dice at that moment was like, yo, bro. Where does this go? This is not a normal... This is a different one. Oh, that's the far end. F2? No, where does F1 go? I mean, it shows it at the far end, but it calls it F2. Oh, no, F1's the under. Okay. So he was kicking my ass. I was already like, yeah, it's probably fine this way. Like, I wasn't mad because, like, consider that my parents got me there 2 hours late. This is going to be a multi-day event. There was no way I was getting there at any other time going forward on time. So I was like, all right, I'm fine going out. That's fine. I barely killed anything of his army, so he was like, oh, I'll be able to remuster it. We get points at the end of every round. I was like, all right, that's cool. So he summoned a Greater Daemon on me. He was like, this will be fun. This will give my Greater Daemon some EXP or however they were running it. And I was like, So I decided to do the big gamble. There was a spell called Touch of Chaos at the time. And I know I was Iron Warriors. I said I was Iron Warriors. I still had a Sorcerer. Because why not? They were cheap, and I had the points, so take a Sorcerer. He had Touch of Chaos, and his Greater Daemon was right there, so I ran my Chaos Sorcerer over to him, and I cast Touch of Chaos on it. Touch of Chaos, the way it works, is you have to hit, I believe. You had to hit with it. So you had to take your Psychic test and pass so you don't die. And I was like, yay, I didn't die. And he was like, all right, well, my toughness is like through the roof because it was a Greater Daemon of Nurgle. And I was like, all right, well, Touch of Chaos, if you read, claims that if the toughness of what I'm rolling for is higher than 6, I still have to roll a 6. A 6 still causes the effect to occur. So I have to roll a 6, and then you have to fail an invulnerable save in order for this to work. So it was a gamble. So I rolled a 6. Like, raw. On the table, he saw it happen. And he was like, well, I have an invulnerable of 4, so this is probably not that bad. So he rolled a 2. And you immediately saw in his eyes that it was the biggest misplay ever, summoning that Greater Daemon when I was losing. Because in this campaign, if a unit died, if a full unit died, it was gone. You needed to remuster it. So losing small point units was fine because you would usually get a good amount of points at the end of every round to be able to muster small units. I killed one of the most expensive things on the table in one turn, in one move, because the Touch of Chaos, what it literally does is no matter how many wounds the target has when you use it, that unit's now dead, and it becomes a Chaos spawn that I get to use. So I lost that match. I lost that match hard, but I won the moral victory by utterly ruining someone else's campaign. Yay! What is your favorite aspect of the hobby? I like playing. The thing is, I love building. Like, I know people who are like, oh, I like playing, and then you look over at their army and it's like kind of put together, all gray, not even primed, and you're like, yeah, I guess I could see that. But I love the full element. Like, there's almost a dance to every game you take, right? Part of that dance is revealing your army. It's revealing your army, revealing your list to the person you're about to play against. It's kind of the big curtain draw. And I make weird lists. The list I was supposed to use this weekend, or last weekend before I got sick, was Magnus, 3 Mutilith Vortex Beasts, 2 Forge Fiends, 2 squads of Zangor, small squads, 2 full-size squads of Zangor Enlightened, 1 spear, 1 bow, 2 shaman, 2 squads of Chaos Spawn. That was the full list. That's not a Thousand Suns army, but it is a Thousand Suns army. I thought it would be hilarious to use. I wanted to see what I'd be able to pull off mission-wise with that kind of a list, while trying to survive an Imperial Guard list. But like, you reveal the list and someone sees it and they're like, what the hell? Because that's the response I got when I first revealed my last list, which involved 2 Helldrakes. And the person I was playing with was like, what? I was like, yeah, we're going to try something here. We're going to see how this works. Because I think it'd be funny. Then the next part is paint jobs. I mean, if you actually do a paint job, it's great. And there's a lot of the people locally are very into lore accurate paint jobs. Like, that's their big thing. They want whatever paint job you as a player to have, or at least them, needs to feel like, you know, they were serious. The game was about, you know, we're gonna make this Krieg army look like the Krieg, and not just look like the Krieg, but look like the Krieg during battle. Like, they're gonna be muddy. Some of them are gonna have like some battle damage, some wounds. They're gonna be the Krieg, and I'm gonna make them look like that. I'm gonna bore out all the guns to make them look like, you know, proper guns. That kind of stuff. Oh god, which side's which? Oh, I see it. So this is going to be a little hard, I think. We're going to try... a little bit. Oh no. Oh no. This is not not going to be easy. I can feel it right now. Oh, that's not the right direction, I think. Here, what if I just simply hold them together? I plop some glue on the outside. Maybe around the border a little bit. What are you talking about? You got to be more specific. Because there's a lot of different modes of play in the game. I think in Kill Team, you're not allowed to take some of the factions together. Like, I think you're only... Or maybe they let you take them together. I can't remember. I know you can't take certain marks together in Kill Team, but, like, that's been a little alleviated in 40K. Like, yeah, what are... So you're specifically referring to demons. Are you referring to demons in 10th? Because I think in 10th, you're allowed to just take whatever demons you want. Let me double check. List building. Consists of 2 fire teams, and I'm not seeing any restrictions. So you can take whatever demons you want, specifically in Kill Team, as long as it's multiple fire teams. If you're talking about demons themselves from 10th edition, I'm pretty sure you can take whatever demons you want. You don't have to go mono. A lot of people do. But then with demons, when you're allying with demons, so if you're Thousand Suns, you can only take Tzeentch demons. If you're World Leaders, you can only take Khorne. It's not a problem. Don't apologize. No need to apologize here. But if you're just playing straight demons, one model in the D3, demonic terror, demonic detachment. No, you just play whatever you want. I'm not seeing anything in the core rules outside of demonic pact that claims you need to do anything extra. So you can play Khorne and Tzeentch at the same time, Nurgle Tzeentch. Doesn't matter. Slaanesh. I think most people, the way they go is that they usually use Be'lakor and then they blend Slaanesh or Khorne or go all in on Khorne and then add a little bit of Tzeentch in for ranged. And then they just rush people down because Be'lakor makes it very hard to shoot demons. And if you have like if you have like a Lord of Change or two at back and then like a ton of like Khorne units at the front using Bellacor's stealth aura, or technically his like weird extra lone op aura, they're gonna get to people and then they're gonna kill them. And that's just the way it goes. Although I will say this, right now, demons are considered one of the weaker factions going. Like they're not doing well. Yeah, they can go with whatever they want. They're fine. Just know that they're not in the strongest state right now. Definitely, if you're gonna play them for fun. You might win some games, but you're probably not gonna effectively win consistently. But like, you know, it's not all about that. Sometimes it's about having some fun stuff. And just kind of enjoying it. I mean, in AOS, I play Disciples of Tzeentch because I'm a huge Tzeentch fan. Hashtag Tzeentch life. And Disciples of Tzeentch and AOS are not strong by any measure of like meta or how any of that works. But I've done some cool things with them. I actually have a bunch of Lords of Change that I've made. Well, I have one Lord of Change and one Kairos. They were really fun to make. I got pictures of them on my Instagram, I think. Which should be linked somewhere. I don't know. I've posted them up on Discord too, but... Dude, this is a really cool gun belt. Also, your partner will be able to take knights. These guys. The one we're building. Because knights are able to ally with any chaos faction. So you'll be able to do like demons and then add a knight to it if you want. So you can kind of have like a cool themed, like maybe one big knight. And then like a bunch of demons and make it be like, oh, my knight's kind of the leader, but not really because you can't make it your warlord. That's the big thing. You have to have a warlord from the faction that you're actually playing. Your actual list. Yeah, build your list to your desires. Slaanesh is a cool... I like their faction. Honestly, I feel like 10th edition would have gone another way for me if Emperor's Children were a thing. If Emperor's Children were actually not just like a footnote in the Chaos Codex, I might have come back as Emperor's Children. I might have come back as Emperor's Children, and I might have... picked up Slaanesh Demons instead, and we'd be getting TOS strikes painting those. I'd have to like varnish them and then pay for electrical tape to create sensor bars so I could go play at the local store. I want to make people uncomfortable with my army. Uncomfortable because it awakens something in them. Something they didn't expect. Dude, this is awesome. I actually love this. So cool. I can't wait to pose this. It's going to be glued eventually. Okay, so the point of this is we're going to put it into a singular pose. It's not going to be adjusted, right? It's going to just be straight up. This is your castigator, and that's it. It's going to be the end game. This is a castigator. Here's what it looks like. We're not going to get too crazy with it. In terms of just like, oh, I can bend the gun however I feel like. We're going to try to pose this to look like it's mid-action. So like the gun belt we're making right now. I don't know if you've ever seen action movies that involve like the dude with the Gatling gun that's belt fed. And when he pulls the trigger, the belt basically... the belt kind of just goes in the air and it's just like, wah, because it's pulling all the ammo in. So when he's going to have the angle of looking, I guess being the side, and he's going to have his gun up, and it's going to be firing. So the belt coming out of his back is going to be like flared up and then down into the gun to the best of our ability, because this is a bottom-fed belt. Is what it looks like. So it's going to kind of flare out and up that way and then go back into this, which is also going to be bottom fed. So it's going to be a little rough because once we get the pose done, what we're going to be doing is we're going to take this Tamiya glue And we're going to be going in each and every single joint and then holding it so that it takes its position the way I want it to and then holds. And that's going to be the goal. But this is really cool. I know there's no way in hell they're ever going to do this for small scale units. Like, there's no way a Chaos Space Marine with a Reaper autocannon is going to have, like, an adjustable belt. But it's cool that at this larger scale they decided to do that. The Egyptian swag. Oh, dude. Have you how much Thousand Sun conversion stuff have you looked at online? I'm on the subreddit for Thousand Suns. Mostly for model inspiration. Because I gotta tell you, at the end of 9th edition, if you were on that subreddit, it was mostly people being like, why do we do this to ourselves? Why does Games Workshop hate Thousand Suns? But one of the, it's expensive, yes, but it's probably one of the coolest. It's got to be one of the coolest conversions I'm aware of for Thousand Suns. So there's the AOS Undead army, the ghosts. Yeah, you buy tons of those. Like you absolutely buy just a metric ton of ghosts somehow. And on almost every model you have, you apply them kind of like terrain. Like, they're almost like a visual aesthetic element attached. Like how people put grass tufts on a base, you would put a ghost. And then in like larger creatures and sorcerers, it looks like they're casting ghosts. Like the Magnus, you know how Magnus has his hand forward and open with the eye in it? A conversion I saw had a ghost coming out of that part of his hand. So it was just a ghost going forward and lunging forward out of his hand, which was really cool. He also took some of like the larger ghost models and had them swirling up from underneath Magnus, so it looked like he was the center of like a summoning ritual. It was great. Maybe I do have plastic glue. The problem is I cut the neck off of this. I think I have a regular one. Yeah, I bought a new one, so I do actually have one that has the small top to it, which is, you want the small needle. I gotta tell you, doing this, that's been crazy. Cause like I squeeze it and it's just like, you want a glob? I'm like, no, I don't want a glob. And it's like, well, you got a glob, bro. And then that's my life. So yeah, a lot of people who do a lot of Thousand Sun conversions lean into using the AOS Ghost Legion faction thing. Dude, this is too fun. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. This shouldn't be anywhere near as fun as it is. I'm coming from the era of mono pose, man. Like, I'm coming from, yeah, you can kind of move the arms. And here I am. building an absolutely adjustable ammunition belt for a giant mech that we used to talk about like it was lore. Whoever designed this at Games Workshop needs a raise. Whoever decided this was how they were going to do it needs a raise. Someone at the table was like, no, I don't want to monopose the gun. We're not doing it that way. That is cool. That is way too cool. I'm going to get some recording of it for the B-roll for a potential video. It's fine, Jim. We'll just put the belt feed on the gun itself. It'll look fine. No! Alright. Next up is technically the sword, which, again, we don't really want. Not really into that. So the question is, do we start by actually converting the sword? Or do we build it and hold it off just like we're doing with the bolt cannon? And then, because like, the main part we have to cut for this is here, I think. Or maybe here. I don't know. It's probably going to be here. And if that's the part we have to cut, because it's very close, honestly. I think the trick's going to be, I need to sort of trim down this hand, or I need to figure out a way to get this part of the blade onto something to look good. Which I don't think is that big of a deal. I might have like a something here that'll really help that out. So let's build this up actually first. Let's get the whole arm done. We'll keep doing what I'm doing, where the focus is on trying to get all the bits and components done, and then we'll work piece by piece to create fun conversion elements. I ordered chain. It should be here today. Like big chain, because I have the small chain. This is tiny chain. Which, you know, you can use it. It looks fine. It's great for models. It's great for the tiny models because it's perfectly sized chain for tiny models. But when you put it on knights, it kind of looks meh. I do have a ton of those parts, but those are not good parts. They are not. But creating an amalgamation out of them, probably not that hard. Like, I have thousands of them, man. I found most of them. I had like a ton of them all in one spot. And I was like, oh man, this is a lot of stuff. And then I remembered that I've thrown away so many boxes of Zangor parts because I'm running out of room. I don't want more. Zangor parts are absolutely crazy. Alright, Yudi. Do well at class. This is why I think I stream at a bad time of day. I do catch people, which is nice. To be like, oh, hey, what's up? But then like 20 minutes into my stream, they're like, alright, I gotta go. And I'm like, oh no. This is why I don't do numbers. I mean, also, I'm a very niche human being on YouTube. That's why I don't know why I'm trimming this. Ooh, that idea we had. I have that extra armor. I could do like an armor wrap around the scimitar. I'll have to take a look at that once this is done. Because we still have the Mauler Fiend armor. And it would be good to like reinforce with like a nice shape around the core shape. Wait, when you bought Dark Angels, or you play Dark Angels, right? Or are you saying you used to buy old boxes that had Dark Angel stuff in it and you didn't play Dark Angels? Which would be kind of funny. It would be pretty pog. Pretty pog. I saw a video the other day where someone was talking about 40k and they were talking about the meta and they were like, people say it can't happen, so we took a guard list to this major tournament and won. And when I read that as Death Guard list. Like immediately I was like, ooh, Death Guard list. Because I completely forgot that even though the name of Astra Militarum is a thing, no one calls them the Astra Militarum. It's like the name change that just never took. It's like it's them and Sisters, right? Like Sisters of Battle, Adeptus Sororitas, and everyone's like, yeah, I mean, it's cool that they're called that, but they will always be the Sisters of Battle to me. Like, all right. When rebranding doesn't work, at this point, I feel like it is a good idea to buy old boxes. Games Workshop's doing a lot of updates, and the updates look good, but I feel like that also makes it so that stores that have an overstock of old boxes are like, how do we get rid of this? We don't want this anymore. So how do we get people to want to purchase these old boxes? And you know what the answer is? Discounts! Tons of discounts! So if you want shit for cheap, all right, so this is gonna come off, and then we're just gonna hold on to it. The main trick here is to not lose, this book, because I'm gonna need to maintain it so that as I'm putting these armor pieces on, I remember where they're supposed to go. We're also going to use, maybe while we're converting, we're going to need to triple check like where the armor plates go and see if we can't put the conversion there or if we prefer the conversion. That'll be a big thing. Because yeah, this is just like, boom. Plate shield. What you should do is you should buy a cipher and use it in your Death Guard army, or your friggin' Dark Angel army. No one will complain about that. There won't be a person at any game anywhere who'll be like, why are you doing this? I'm trying to figure out why Cypher isn't a more appealing character. I like the idea of it, of just like, yeah, I'm Chaos, but I'm kind of not. There's something I must do. And I can't do it on the Imperial side. There's something I seek. And I'm being held back if I'm sticking with the Dark Angels. Everyone loves Lion, everyone loves that story. does this go? Oh, this goes to the front. Okay. Okay. A little bit snotty today. I don't know what's going on. I felt fine the past couple days. No issues. And then today I just woke up and I was like a little stuffy. Maybe it's just change of season at this point. Because my throat's not sore and I don't feel like shit. Alright. Arm joints. A31. Lol. I could have swore there was a new Cypher model. Maybe it's just because I'm only used to the old Cypher model, and I do think between the Cypher I remember and now there is a new one. I think. But I swear, man, like I was thinking about it the other day. I could have swore there was a boarding patrol that dropped back at the beginning of the boarding patrol reveal that involved Cypher, and it looked like a new model. But then I double checked it and I just couldn't find it, so I'm guessing I'm just going crazy. They had some good boarding patrols, man. I'm actually surprised the boarding patrol boxes went away. Actually, I'm not, because they were actually really good. I bought a Gene Stealer Cult boarding patrol box, and it's good. Like, it's so stupidly good. The models you get out of it are just like top tier. Ball joint. A31s are done. A32s are up. But like the Thousand Sun boarding patrol box, amazing. I will yell that from the highest tower. Amazing. The way it came out, I believe, was you basically got your 2 rubric squads, and then you got a frickin' squad of Chaos Spawn for free. So you got like good stuff. It was actually really nice. And my local store had like 2 of them, because no one in this area plays friggin' plays rubrics but me. Wait, this isn't the right one. This is the next tier up. We'll hold off on that. A32 is the mini joint. think the Eldar boarding patrol was amazing. It gave you a kill team, and then it gave you like some decent units for cheap. The Dark Eldar one was pretty good too. I think my friend's Dark Eldar army consisted of a Dark Eldar combat patrol, a Dark Eldar boarding patrol, 3 Tantalises, and then like 1 other box, and he was done. Like, he has his army. I keep calling them Tantalises. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Tantali. A murder of Tantali. Me. I don't know if this ball joint was at all needed. It's too much. Alright, so we're not building the cockpit. I'm gonna throw that out right now. Like, unless it is structurally important, we are not building the cockpit. Because that's the same thing with the Canis Rex. I saw the Canis Rex stuff and I was like, nope. Not happening. Again, this is monopose, so I'm not worried about, like, showing people, hey, check out the hinge I installed to open the back of this so that you can all see the pilot. We're not playing that game. There's a bunch of tournaments starting up near me, like actual tournaments. In my head, I'm like, I should go to one. They're 40k tournaments for the most part. There's a couple kill team ones, but they're always like way farther away. And way longer too. Like, there's actually a 40k tournament that I found that's like 1 day. It's a small group of people. Small venue, but it's actually like a tournament. Pay to enter, prizes. I think it goes into your tracking for tournament records. Also build the frame just to re-support the inside. Take a look at it. Hell yeah. We doing it, boys. Alright, looking at frame. So the main thing to not build is the chair. So I do need C13. Guessing that's all on here. So I don't need to build the chair or the person. It's gonna come down to just the core box. C13. The backing is C19. I'm guessing because this ventilation here is actually like a thing. Maybe it's supposed to be visually seen if the cockpit's up. I could see why this would reinforce the top of it, maybe. C19, C20. And then the sides are these. I'm guessing this computer monitor is going to be the front. Flipping, checking. Okay. Build. Music might be getting too loud. Let me turn it down a little bit. So I'm watching what's happening with Helldivers, dude. It's been wild over there. I've been trying to play it with my friends, but nobody's been like around anymore till at the time I'm playing. And the last time I saw them on, they only played for a little bit because, like, dude, whatever Arrowhead's doing with that game is absolutely insane. Like, I love that their answer for every person just going to the hardest difficulty and then running defense missions with mortars over and over and over again was to I think they doubled the amount of things you had to kill and then drastically increased the amount of like elite things that appear during the fight that you have to kill. I love that they nerfed one of the best tools at dealing with elite model or the elite units in that game. They just nerfed it hard because everyone was using them. But then like nothing has come up to take its place. So when you're in a match and like 3 or 4 Bile Titans pop up, like you can deal with 1 or 2 and then that's it. I guess some YouTubers brought up that the lightning gun is now the only way to really deal with them. Which, I think that's like some false information. Every game I've played, everyone's using the lightning gun now. And watching them not kill small units with it and instead attempt to kill large units with it, which takes like 40 shots. It's like, dude, what's happening? Can we not do this? Get a recoilless, get a spear. They need to die quick. We can't spend hours trying to kill these things, please. Please. I'm begging you. Alright, how does this go on? Wait, no, how does this go on? Oh, it's this way? No. Maybe? No. It shows this being, I guess, no, yeah, it goes this way. Okay. It almost shows it like being flush with the top, but I guess that's wrong. What's up, Arturo? Yeah, no, but like, it's building's going good. We're not at the conversion part yet, but we're getting there. We've been talking about some fun ideas. It's like there's an oddness to it, of like the thing a lot of people liked was that the like 2-3 minute defense missions, then those got taken away from them, and now they're like, argh. I have to try the flamethrower again, because I used to use it all the time, even though it was garbage. But I noticed they said they increased the damage of the flamethrower. I don't know if that's the full problem. I think they needed to increase the flamethrower damage, but also like the napalm on the ground damage. Like, I don't think they did that, because I've dropped napalm strikes on waves of bugs again, and it literally kills nothing. And it's like, huh, why am I doing this? Like, I watch as all the little bugs just crawl through it and come out the other side, and I'm like, what's going on? I feel like that used to not be the case. I think they actually increased the health on things before the patch. Like, it's weird what's going on now. And I don't know what they did with knockback. Is that what heavy armor really is? Is that what armor's meant to be, is anti-knockback? Because I don't know what they did with the knockback in that game. But that's to the direct flame. Like, it's a weird thing. I'll have to use it more, because I used to use it all the time. But I've been trying the laser cannon. I don't know what didn't they say the laser cannon's supposed to do like armor pen now? It doesn't, from what I can tell. I think it's still meant for like little things. I don't know what I'm doing wrong with the laser cannon, because I shoot it at a charger or anything else that has medium armor, and I watch the like blue light come off of it, which is the, hey, it's not really taking damage light. And I don't know what's happening. So I'm like, maybe I won't use this for a while. Because I had a build that uses the laser cannon and a watchdog that has the gun. So he kind of like hovers near me and just like shoots stuff. Because I thought that was kind of cool. They're gonna nerf the flamethrower if it kills chargers that quickly. No, yeah, I've noticed you get your stims canceled a lot more. But like, okay, so I was wearing medium armor. A stalker ran over to me, which they said they made the stalker camps not as hard. False. I definitely ran into a stalker camp, and then like 8 stalkers were just in the area running at me, and I was like, why? What is happening? Why are there 8 of you? And they were just running me down as a group. I was like, I'm just dead. I stop moving, I die. I can't, like, there's nothing you're doing to 8 stalkers that's gonna stop you from dying. So, like, I was trying to fight him, and the first one that ran to me jumped at me, landed, did his tongue attack. I went flying. It wasn't even like, oh, I got knocked back. It was, see you later. Just like off into the distance. Like I was just soaring through the air. I was told, hey, you're leaving the map. And I was like, not by choice. And I landed so far out of the map area that I couldn't come back. Like I was going to get mortared. He literally just landed next to me and yeeted me into non-existence. And I don't know what that is. I had a charger do that to me at one point. Like it was just running and I was like, all right, I've been hit by chargers before. It knocks you over. You have to get back up. Boom, I was gone. I was halfway across the map because I got hit with it. And it was like, I think you're going to take 1,000% knockback. And it's like, what? Boo, just gone. I hit the ground on the other side, broke my leg. I was at 10% health. I stimmed up and I was like, what happened? I had a hell pod dropped on me. All right. I was walking and it dropped oh no, it didn't get dropped on me. What happened was it landed. I was walking over top of it when it was coming up. The act of it coming up threw me to the height of the map. Like maximum height in the sky. Like where the hell pods start when they're falling. I went there. I was there. As a person just flailing about. Like, how did I get here? They did something with the physics of this game that's like, huh, something's going on. Someone cranked something to 11 and forgot to turn it back down. I don't know. This was in one day of playing, like a few hours of time where I was like, I'm just going to play for a little bit. And then that happened. I was like, something's weird. It's a wild time, but sadly, like none of my friends are playing it right now, and I don't really like playing with too many pubs. I love co-op games. I hate pubs. Pubs are some of the worst people. It's like some of the worst experiences playing with randos. Because now that everyone is being told, hey man, the meta is lightning gun. Can you guess what's happening? Everyone's using the lightning gun. Specifically people who probably shouldn't be using the lightning gun. They should probably put it down and use guns that are less hit your own teammate-y. Because, like, I've gotten into games where we have torn through our reinforcements solely because one guy is like, I just keep shooting this, right? I don't stop. Like, alright. I mean, there's a point where Ragdoll Funny becomes what's happening. Also, okay, so I noticed this before the patch. Was happening, and I've noticed it a lot more since the patch. It was probably one of the wildest things I've seen in the game in some time. So we had a massive amount of things spawn because the commonality in Helldiver difficulty is everyone goes whatever kills the Bile Titans. No one kills little things anymore. Like, that's a problem. I try to solve it by looking at, like, what items we all have and going, oh, I should probably bring anti-little things. I'll bring the machine gun, the stalwart. I'll bring stuff like that, as well as, like, gas strikes, cluster bombs, stuff like that. I'll be like, all right, here we gotta kill the little stuff, because if we don't, it keeps making bug holes. It's a problem. We need to solve this problem. Box. So I landed in a mission that was already going. Oh, that's weird. They want you to put the box in the top. Okay. I mean, I can't put the top armor on. That's a thing. I'm going to close it. I'm going to seal it. I'm going to do all the basics with it. I guess we'll probably do this because it probably slots in better that way. We don't need to paint the box. I could probably use it to hold. instead, which is a good idea. That could probably work out. We're pretty much at the end of the build. We're about to be at the point of, hey, let's figure out how to put all this stuff together. So, back to the story time. So, I landed. It was already happening. It was already a fight. No one was killing anything. There was an ocean of small bugs following, like, 3 people around. An ocean. Like, you turn around, the whole map was moving. Like, it was wild looking. There were 5 Bile Titans following everyone around. No one would, like, all I would see is 2 people turn around, start shooting lightning bolts at the Bile Titans. And I'm like, oh, good. This shit again. And then I start running one direction. 2 of them veer off. The ocean of enemies is following one guy at this point. That guy gets to a rock near the edge of the map, turns around, just starts shooting lightning bolts, dies. All the bugs start to, like, kind of meander a little bit, start turning. All 3 of us turn around to run for 2 seconds. I turn around, all of it's gone. It all despawned. Every last unit vanished in 2 seconds. They were just gone. I was like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh. like it was done. It was over. The event had completed. That threw me off so hard. I still don't understand what, like, I know that games try to cull things when you die or when no one's looking at things. I know that happens in games to try to, like, free up space and, you know, like, get your resources working properly and all that. But just the fact that it was like, and we're done. So I'm not going to need... I don't need these. These I'll need. Where's the pipes and where do they go? E4 and E5. Because depending on how the Mauler Fiend head looks, we're probably going to have to cut some stuff up here. I don't know. It's still kind of fun. I liken the game a lot to kind of where Warframe was when it first started out, with like a lot extra, but also slower paced, which I'm not gonna lie. Every time I went back to Warframe for the over 2,000 hours I played it, the one thing that kept making me go, why am I doing this, was the fact that you built up all these all your frames, you did all your leveling, you enhanced all of your stuff, all for one thing. So you could appear in a mission, bolt to the other end of the mission, leave the mission in like a minute and a half. What was the point in having like all that stuff, all those upgrades and everything, if you literally were not going to do anything with them? Like, what was the point? Whereas Helldivers is like, hey, you've upgraded a lot of stuff. You have slightly faster, more deadly ordnance. You have all this really cool stuff. You're gonna need it over the next like 20 minutes. It's like, all right, cool. You've designed all these interesting builds. You've unlocked all these fun guns. Let's put them all to the test. Of which I can safely say I am here for. Oh yeah, we definitely need to build this head because it has the rotating neck point. Now, I say that, but I've also considered... I have considered the idea of doing green stuff in here, building it out to the neck, and then filling it with little skulls from the skull bits box. That way there's like a ton of little skulls. But again, when I think of that, what eventually happens is my brain goes, that looks cool. And then I remember I'm not World Eaters. And I'm like, it feels like I'm stealing from another faction. I don't want to take their thing. It's definitely an enjoyable game still, but I can safely say that I feel like the massive community it grew is going to start falling off. Because like some of the changes they make are like, I think they're well intentioned, but I think they're not gonna work. For like maintaining player base. Which kind of sucks, but... The introduction of mass weather effects, though, the volcano eruptions and the meteor showers, those have been kind of cool. I'm glad that they're not completely dick. When I went on the planet that had the meteor shower, I was like, I swear to God, if it just goes, hey, meteor shower, and I just start dying, and there's like no way around it, I don't know. But the way they do it, actually kind of good. They solved the riddle of how do you do random giant rock strikes that'll instant kill you. They did it. It does not feel bad fighting on those planets. It doesn't feel as bad as getting hit squarely in the face while moving by a rocket fired at you from an automaton through a thing of smoke. Like, that will always feel bad. I dropped smoke to ensure they couldn't see me, and I was moving, and a rocket flew through the smoke perfectly and hit me in the face. What up, Rax? We are coming to the conclusion of the base build for this. This is the belt for the ammunition that you have to build piece by piece. This is wild, man. We built the sword, but I'm gonna have to be cutting most of it up because we're gonna be changing it out to the scimitar. We just gotta figure out how to do something here for it. Dude, that's the Helldiver's life. That's why no one runs automatons. That's why the automatons keep winning their war fronts. It's because everyone's like, you know what? I don't want to get shot, like, in an impossible way right now. I'd rather keep playing the game and having fun if I can actively avoid the moment where I'm just going to get one-tapped through smoke. We're not even at the conversion part yet, man. We got so much work to do. Yep. Just talking about Helldivers. Because I'm trying to fill the air. I don't want to just sit here in silence and be like, enjoy watching me clip plastic, nerds. I'd rather have full-fledged conversations with human beings. Because I don't do that often. Being antisocial and all. I mean, we don't... The thing is, we don't need it. I'm completely fine. I mean, it's cool to... It would be cool to see it in lore. But, like, eh. Aren't we getting a horde mode in Space Marine? I know they have the co-op function. I think they might be adding, like, a couple interesting modes to, like, general play for the Space Marine game. I hope the multiplayer is as weirdly good as the old multiplayer was. That dude... that blew me away from the first Space Marine game. I did not expect the multiplayer to hit as hard as it did. Like, I don't understand. I remember I beat the first Space Marine game, and I was like, I'll try the multiplayer out. I played that for like a year. I used a melt-a-gun. That was my gun of choice. Space Marine 2, man. Where have you been? Oh yeah, you've been BMXing. You've been outdoors, trying to not be a nerd. But the call was too strong. Yeah, Space Marine 2 is coming out. It is fully co-op for single player. We're not too sure about the multiplayer, although they keep saying... I think they've said some things about the multiplayer. I'd have to confirm. It sounds like they're trying to keep it like old school multiplayer, where you just buy the game and then whatever you unlock can happen through playing the game. But I don't want to say that out loud and be like, that's what I know, when I don't. I don't know. The company doing it would probably just do the regular thing. But yeah, it looks like you start by fighting the Tyranid, which are basically space bugs. Similar to the Helldivers bugs. But a little different in that they have extreme psychic abilities and stuff. You know, fun things. Fun things. And then apparently, according to some of the pictures, the faction I play in 40k is one of the key villains, supposedly. Because they showed off a Hellbrute, which was Tzeentch color schemed. And then they showed off a Rubric Marine, which is a regular troop from the Thousand Suns, which is my faction of choice. So, that's kind of cool. Getting some representation. I wonder how they're gonna I wonder how a Rubric Marine's gonna die. I don't see why they wouldn't do a collaboration. They're doing a collaboration with Call of Duty, which, by the way, every single person in my local Games Workshop league, like Warhammer 40k, Warhammer Fantasy, like all of it, the whole league saw the reveal for that, started laughing their asses off. It looks so stupid. It's so bad. I think the only one that people said looked okay was the Cadian. And that was about it. But I guess they're adding like a Juggernaut mode where they actually have a Space Marine. So that could be kind of cool, I guess. Oh, I see. Power coils that you can actually see through the vent holes. Or kinda. Ooh, this actually causes problems. I don't want to glue this in yet. I don't want to glue this in yet, because if I can make this glow, if I can prime this part white here, and then make it glow, and then glue it in, so that there is actually a glowing green coming from underneath the metallic frame, that'll work. We'll hold off. All right, so according to all of this, the method of gluing that I am familiar with for the belt is exactly what needs to happen. The only thing I needed to actually do at this point is pre-make the shoulder pads in preparation. Which requires 38s, which are these. And then... oh, I also gotta make the other... I gotta start getting the feet together, that's right. And then we need these. We're not gonna do these because we're gonna try to replace the face here in a minute. I like how these are shaped. These are... I always like the pauldrons that are like upturned at the ends. It's just a really good shape. Very visually appealing. It's good to see Space Marine 2 eventually coming out, though. I don't know who's familiar with it, but the first one came out from Relic, the guys that do Dawn of War. But ever since... let me take a look at... okay. Oh, I know what those are for. Ever since THQ went under and Relic was sold off, Relic kind of lost the 40K license. They were making Space Marine 2, apparently, at the time. They were making it, but then the rights to making Space Marine 2 apparently was bought up by a different company. I think it's Focus now. Focus is making it. This is the other feet here. I gotta go back through, because there's parts here that I'm like, why are those here? Like, what is this? Why is this? I didn't see anything in this entire book that looked like that part and was like, you have to put this together this way. No, I don't know what those parts are. Classic case of putting together an IKEA table and having like 3 boards and 20 screws left over. And then worrying that the one day where you want to make sure that that desk, that table doesn't fall apart, it just will. Yeah, but maybe Space Marine 2 will have a Tyranid Horde mode. Because I feel like a big thing that needs to kind of be laced into a lot of like the games and stuff that have co-op and function, or even just in general, it's actually probably one of the coolest things that I remember coming out of. I feel like it was a big thing in Dawn of War 2. Dawn of War 2 introduced a game mode. Hang on. Wait, 1 hour ago. Hang on. That'd be cool. All right, before I was so rudely distracted. Last Stand. Dawn of War 2 kind of introduced my friends and I to the Last Stand concept. And ever since that came out, I've noticed that like there's a lot of function in 40K that kind of creates a Last Stand thing. Like Kill Team actually has a Last Stand rule set, which is just Horde mode. So like they should have a 4-player co-op Horde mode, which will probably feel pretty good. Okay, so big at back, small at front. These are the wrong shoulders, I think. I don't feel like they should be the wrong shoulders. Oh. I think it's a half thing. You like only put them on the front? Yeah. That's what it is. It's an armor reinforcement for the front. Because that's a pretty serious snap-in right there. I would love me some Last Stand. The thing is, even though, okay, what would be cool is if Last Stand actually, like, I'm still an adamant, hey, can we stop hyper focusing on Space Marines kind of person. Oh, there we go. Cause like, oh, come on. Like, it does look like you get to interact a little more with the Imperial Guard in this one, which is nice. Because then you get, like, that other side of the human element. Core components done there. We gotta go back to the feet. Then we gotta figure out how to place the feet on this stand. We're not going to glue them to the stand. We're going to place them on the stand to try to make it so we have a flat foot here and then the angled up foot kind of linked to this thing here. That way it's form fit, it's stuck, because we're going to have to airbrush and paint this separately first and then get it coated in the texture paste after we finish painting this guy and then glue him down, because I think the foot is most likely going to have a lot of its toe components like on here, but then one of them is probably going to be hanging over the side, and I'm going to be building up the coarse sand over top of this, which is probably also going to go over top of the some of the toes. So he is going to need to be done and glued before I start doing the basing, like the full basing. So yeah, we got work to do. Sadly, the glue seems to have maybe warped this thing a little bit. Even though it's only literally touching in like a few spots. It's a little warped. But I feel like getting, because the the texture paste, it will hold it down. The texture paste is actually kind of heavy. And then of course this guy being on top, also further heavy. So that'll be very heavy. So let's get things positioned the way they need to be. Which means we need to get the feet components together for all you foot fetish oddballs out there. We need the legs. That's armor. We'll need the hips, definitely. This will be 1 foot. Question is, how do the pistons work? It looks like they want you to do the feet and toes and then apply the pistons. Okay. Okay. So there's 3 types of toe, or 2 types of toes on here. There's the back toes, which are these, the small ones, and then there's the front toe, which is huge. I do really like this. And I know you were like, yeah, that's for the other knights. Like, it looks good and I kind of want to use it. So I might, because this is going to be a conversion anyway. This isn't me trying to like match lore. There's not too many kids that go to the, or I say kids, there's not too many people, because we are multi-aged in our little league we've got going. Who are the pushes up glasses? Well, actually, I wouldn't call this a Castellan. This definitely isn't a castigator because you applied extra layer of armor. And it was well known in the Third War. Most of us are in it for the fun, as long as the silhouette is fairly reasonable. I mean, we've actually played games where it's like somebody really wants to try out a concept that they have, and they've purchased a tank and they haven't built it yet. They haven't had the time, but they're like, I really want to try this list out, and I'm working on the tank, and I have kind of like a shoebox that's about the right size. And it's like, all right, just let me know. Let me know what weapons I'm dealing with. I'm guessing, are these cuttable? They might be. I'm seeing the mechanical thing. Yeah, it's saying cut this if you want them to be multi-positioned. Because right now, this is just push in and you're done because it sets and that's it. But this is a full circle. And we are probably going to want to rotate it a little bit. We might do 1 foot that's flat just because we want this foot to be flat. But this foot's going to grab. So one of these is going to need to have all of this trimmed. So I think we'll trim this one. Tubular bells. This will be the trimmed foot. Hard skip. There was a person who stumbled into my channel forever ago who had a Tau army that was Hello Kitty themed. They would link me the pictures of the army occasionally on the Discord, I think, or somewhere. I think it was on Twitter. They linked me somewhere. Oh, this was back when I was on Twitch. So this was a person that ran into me while I was streaming on Twitch and was like, yo, you want to look at my army? People in my local area hate it. And I was like, why do they hate it? And they were like, it doesn't look like a Tau army. And I was like, and? So they linked it to me, and like, it was actually kind of awesome. They bought like the small Hello Kitty model things, right? Tiny Hello Kitty models. And they did a thing where like the drones were basically small Hello Kitty heads with like the drone components coming out. It was awesome. It was great. It was so good. And then the rest of the army was basically whites and pinks. It was fantastic. It actually looked really good. I was like, wow, that's actually awesome. It's probably one of the funniest things I've seen in a long time. Because it was actually kind of cool. It's like, dude, that's perfect. You picked a theme and you did it. In one giant resounding screw the haters. How do these, so the pistons are supposed to go kind of up through the middle of this. Which is fine. So yeah, like key toe positions would be like this, which that's actually freaking perfect. You guys can't feel this. This is locked in. Like, this isn't moving in this position. This is actually really cool because I know the back toe is going to go down around the other side, which means it's going to be solid. Like, I'm going to be able to re-put this in place perfectly. That's actually huge. Make sure this toe's on perfectly. Good. I'll try and kind of reinforce it a little bit. could use plastic glue for this, actually. I can feel it kind of rolling a little bit. I'm not going to touch that for a little bit. I'm going to let that dry, because I don't want the plastic glue to actually drip down and grab. So we're going to let that dry a bit. We're going to get the other foot together real quick. Sadly, locally, we don't have anyone that crazy. I mean, I say that, I'm that crazy, but, like, I haven't done it. Like, I haven't had that moment of, like, you know what would be great? Let me just make some Hello Kitty stuff, and it'll be good. I haven't gone there yet. I heard it dropped a new trailer. I've heard people say it's good. I'm probably not going to watch it, because I'm not really that interested in that universe. But that's just me. I tried getting interested in the Fallout universe, but I don't know. There were some moments in the game that were like, ooh, that's kind of cool. But Bethesda as a whole has always been disappointing to me. The only time I've ever enjoyed a Bethesda game is after it's been out for a while and the community fixed it. Like, that's it. It's the only time I've ever enjoyed Bethesda games, is after a few years, and then you go on Nexus mods or just look around and find mods of people who are like, hey, the magic was cool in this game, but it wasn't awesome. So I changed it. It is now awesome and worthwhile using. And it's like, oh, cool. Excellent. Thank you. All I ever wanted was enjoyable magic. Good thing the community solved the problem. So I've never been able to fully, personally get into their worlds. For that reason alone. Patrick O'Connell. Poggers, my doggers. Alright, this one we can leave the tabs in, because again, we need one flat foot and one set up foot. So that's the thing. It doesn't always happen that way. Like, I know, like, the common joke is like, the community will fix it. There's a lot of games that come out that the community, all they really do is they enhance it. They don't fix it. And whether or not you enhance it barely changes the enjoyment. That's just a thing. Like, you can play the game without the enhancements, and you're like, oh, it was a good game. For me, playing a Bethesda game day one is always, that was it? Why do people think this is fun? And then like a year later, when someone's like, yo, did you try out that Nexus mod? And I'm like, all right, I'll reinstall. I'll take a look. And then I do, and then it's fun. And I'm like, oh, cool. Like, if a community makes your game look visually better, If a community fixes certain bugs about your game, if a community adjusts frame rate, view distance, you know, that kind of stuff. Sure. Sure. If a community makes your game fun for a lot of people, when before it was only kind of fun or barely fun, or had a ton of problems and people didn't really enjoy it, you as a developer have an issue. Yeah, dude, this, I know a lot of people are like, oh man, new Stalker game. I loved Stalker 1 because the community actually fixed it, like wholly fixed it. For the most part, they fixed a lot of elements of it, engine reworks and stuff like that. The problem was the story still sucked because THQ flew out there and was like, hey, you guys are taking too long. So here's a guy who worked on a Ninja Turtles game on the Game Boy, and he's going to tell you what to do to finish. Have fun. We expect this game to be done in a month. That game was amazing for what it was. I played the multiplayer for Stalker. That, holy crap. It didn't last long because no one likes GameSpy multiplayer servers. Like, GameSpy multiplayer was horrible. It was the de novo of multiplayer. Yeah, I saw they're porting it to consoles. And a lot of people are about to... The thing is, I don't think they're porting the fixed or upgraded version to consoles. Let me mute the mic real quick. There are a lot of plastic shavings that I need to clean up. So many plastic shavings. Alright, so this is just going to end up being flat. Front foot here. This is the thing. I can. I want to see if Stalker 2 works. That's my big thing. I want to see if Stalker 2 actually works. Because I gotta say, from my history of playing Stalker, it had cool ideas, cool function, cool systems, cool... It had a lot of cool stuff. It did. It 100% had like a lot of elements to it that I could point to be like, that was unique. Stuff that now we kind of sort of take for granted because like it's everywhere. Like some of the biggest elements of Tarkov is basically what Stalker pioneered. Get out of here, Stalker. The bugged as hell guard that wouldn't stop saying it over and over again. Did you know that the cult following of that game actually did some like wild real world stuff? I'm gonna let that dry now. The cult following of that game actually went into... Put a little Tamiya down. Put a little plastic glue down. The cult following of that game actually went into an area not far from Chernobyl. They bought out this area of like land, or they rented it or something, and that part of land was like ruined. Like there were a lot of old, falling apart industry buildings, because I mean it was the Chernobyl fallout. Everyone for miles left, right? Like that's just how that worked out. They went there and they did an airsoft role-playing event for like 3 days, where everyone there was kind of like, they played the roles of stalkers, they played the roles of bandits, they picked factions to play, and then they were them in that open world. There were sort of like game masters that would go around and put objects that were artifacts in places. There was like a siren that they played to like signal the blowout occurring. Like it was kind of crazy. I feel like, I don't know if they're gonna put that guy in like as a thing, but they'll probably early on in the story, there's gonna be a moment where like you're running from something and you have like a crew with you, and then everybody's about to die, but they want you to live or something because you're like the new guy or something happened. Like it's gonna be something specific, and then like just before they throw you through like a door and then stay on the other side, possibly dying depending on the story, he's gonna look at you and be like, "Get out of here, stalker," and then just like push you through the door, and then it's gonna be like, oh geez. It's gonna be like the I'm the Juggernaut bitch meme from X-Men 3. Do you know who I am? I'm the Juggernaut. Okay, so a key important thing here is actually making the legs and hips be where they need to be. That's going to be a core thing. Getting this finished up, which we're probably going to have to trim these off. Yeah, Tamia extra thin. I use this. I also use Instacure plastic glue, because Instacure plastic glue is awesome. Insecure plastic glue is like aggressive. Yeah, I'm probably gonna want to pre-trim this. Flight of the Bumblebee, or no, Ride of the Valkyries. We're gonna pray to the gods that this works out. That I didn't need these reinforcements. Oh no. Oh no. I foresee this going very poorly. Yeah, most people prefer Tamiya for like the specific Gundam builds. I don't really glue, like, I haven't put together a Gundam model that required glue, I think. I don't think my my tall geese required glue. I know none of the old ones I built required glue. They were all push fit. But like some of the new ones, the newer one I got, because I got like the high grade or whatever master grade of tall geese, because tall geese is my jam. It's my favorite. It's my bae. I've used a Dremel before. For 40K though, I've actually used heat tools. See, part of me wants to just glue this like this. And then figure out from there. Because, like, this does need to be hyperextended, I think. I might actually... I'm going to pop this down, and I'm actually going to put some Tamiya in the joint real quick. The thing I need to remember is that the piston is going to need to come through here. The way I did it was with basically either an X-Acto knife or a pocket knife and a lighter. I would just put the lighter down, open it, turn it on, hold it over the flame for a little bit, and then I would have the piece and be like, all right, I'm gonna make some bullet holes, and then I'd pull it away and I would go, and the heat would just straight through it. Or I'd be like, I want claw marks, because in this game there's like aliens with big sharp claws, there's lightning claws, there's stuff like that. So you'd heat it and you'd just be like, cross, 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 and you'd get these like big claw marks that way. I mean, now I have a Dremel tool. I have a proper Dremel tool. I didn't before. We also need to see how the pistons actually link up. I think all the pistons are the same, right? It's one of these, one of these. Let's get these together. I want at least the legs and hips to be designed properly for this shape. But then I think we're gonna have to lean into the conversions for the parts, because I don't want to have to convert the parts after we line them up. I think that would be a mistake. Legs and hips I think I can deal with some alterations, maybe some changes. Maybe we'll just hit them with like some chain linking and stuff, and that'll be fine. But I feel like for the most part, the upper body components, before I glue anything together to a final solid piece, I'm gonna want to convert what I want to convert on them. Question is it all this? No, some of them have weird overhanging things. How does this even work? Oh, okay, so the small ones are meant for the upper leg. the hip joint. Okay. I was like, why are there tiny ones? Yeah, definitely fully extended this leg. Other leg's gonna be bent a bit. You want to make sure you get the weighting right. Like, that's the thing. It's one thing to just be like, oh, I'll just do this with bending. You have to also make it look like the upper body is trying to redistribute weight to stay balanced. Because if I lean the upper half, and that's probably the best part about this right here, is it's going to be like this, but then I'm probably going to have to turn this a little like that and lean it back. Because if you have it coming over like this and then you lean it forward, it's going to look like it's trying to tip forward, which is going to be weird. So there is a limit to the turn radius, it looks like, for this. I can always make adjustments to try to, like, do different things with it. But I don't think I can downturn this more than about here. So, like, the angle down can be, like, here. It can't be here. Kind of situation. It's a very small margin for error. Good. To me, it feels about dry in there. Worst case scenario, we can always put a green stuff ball at the top of this and then use that extra distance to give it enough of a gap that I can freely turn it a little more. He's gonna be looking like he's stepping down. Like he walked over top of a corpse of something he killed. Like he's just like going at it, kills it from behind, it falls, it gets into the sand, and then he kind of steps past, or he steps to it with his right leg, and then he kind of steps up over and past it and down. Like he's either, I guess you could easily say he's either walking over it or he's stepping back towards it to use it to kind of hold his position, like reinforcing it with the corpse of a dead Castellan. Or not a Castellan. No, yeah, Castellan. Dude, I hate the terms for the knights. Cerastus, Castellan. I kind of understand them a little better from the perspective of Chaos Knights, and that's not even just because I play Chaos. It's just like you have the Tyrant class, trying to remember now. It's not the Aberrant class, because I play too much Wormblade. Chaos Knights. Rampager. Yeah, no, it's the Abhorrent class, yeah. It's one of those things where I play another faction that has something similar sounding, and it's messing with me. Aberrants and Abhorrents. So you have Tyrant class, Abhorrent class, Dog class. And now we have Cerastus class. That's actually kind of sad that they didn't change the name. Like, they didn't decide on a chaos name. Like, this could be the Harbinger class or something. Like, it could be something extra. This is a weird one. I think they want you to not put the pipe in until maybe this dries a little bit. Because Tamiya is known for drying fairly quickly. Like, the component in it that, like, serves as a drying mechanism, like, evaporates fairly quickly. We're talking like maximum extension, right? I feel like we've got some good space. Like literally here. Because this is actually, is this one gonna, no, this one's slightly closer. So that one should be fine. Boop. Boop. And boop. Probably gonna have to reinforce, but that's fine. Old brothers hold. Some stuff we have to clean because we did use plastic glue originally on it, and as I said, it was coming out in bulk, so there's some drippy areas of plastic glue melt. That's not great. Ooh. Trying to remember. This was the song in StarCraft 1, right? With the pilot of one of those human ships, where he was like pouring himself a drink or something as he was like crashing his ship into something to trigger an event. Or like they thought they were doing something right, that they won, but then like it turned out it was like bad. And that he'd basically sealed the fate for everyone on that boat. That friggin' spaceship. Trying to remember what that song was. I'm pretty sure it was this song. The Moonlight Sonata. I thought this is what they played while like his ship was being destroyed. And he was just like in his captain's quarters letting it happen. Was it Stalkov that they played for that? I gotta rewatch that cutscene. That was like my one favorite cutscene from like the entirety of the StarCraft series. I just remember he put like a record on. Hell yeah. Look at that nonsense. Yeah, he was like the captain, but like he was like he'd basically determined that like the ship was going down. Like something they did. I thought they were trying to like control the Zerg or something, and like it turned out that it was just like not gonna happen. Something happened. And it just made him do that whole like, well, that's that. Let me pour myself a drink moment. All right, before we go too far. I use Gorilla Glue. I've got 3 glues. The fumes in this room are nuts right now. Doot. 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 Question is, sometimes these things are poorly designed. And a little bit like floppy. Okay, it sits flat. Yeah. Sits flat, no rocking. It's good. Dude, okay. So, the second reason why I love this stuff as a basing material, this is heavy as hell. Like, this is heavy. Alright, this is probably 2-3 pounds right here. Which you're like, that's not heavy. For something this size, this is kind of heavy. Like, most of the weight on this is here. Like, he was a lot lighter than the basing I used. Merry-go-round. No. Which is this the one I'm thinking it is? Is it quiet most of the way through? Yeah. Bittersweet Waltz? It's not the same song, but this is reminding me of Big O right now. Favorite episode of Big O, the music episode. Well, next to the big duo reveal episode. The music episode was great. This looks about proper lined up. This is fully flexed backwards. Also, it's not in the best position. It has to be here, which is actually a little problematic. It's one of those things where I thought I had a genius idea as to how to like place things right away. It turns out I was kind of wrong. Happens. It happens so much. You don't even expect it sometimes. You're just like, oh yeah. Thankfully, we are builders, so we have the resolve needed to fix problems that aren't really problems. Also, I mean, I already brought up that I'm using the texture paste as a build-up tool, so any oddity I'll be able to adjust. By just simply placing texture paste over the area. Either way, this being fully folded down is how it's gonna end up being. I love the hell out of Big O. I'm so happy that it got so popular in the US that frickin' Toonami, or was it Toonami or it was Adult Swim? It was either Toonami or Adult Swim. They like procured the funding to give us a season 2. That doesn't happen. Like, that is stuff of legends. Right there. Like, we live in a world where an anime could come out, be incredible, right? Like, just to be absolutely incredible. But because the creation of that anime costs too much money, and the margin for earning is just way too low, the company will just cancel it, just out of nowhere, because, like, they're not that worried about it. It's not like it's their magnum opus or anything. And then they'll just make slice of life anime that gets way less following. Way less talk, way less everything. Because it's cheaper. Therefore the margins are easier. Venture Bros was wild. I went to New York Comic Con when the big writers from Venture Bros were there. and they did like a question and answer thing. Dude, one of those guys, his life sounds ridiculous. Like, he lived in an apartment complex in New York with like the former wife of a mafia member. So like all these Italian men in like tracksuits and stuff would constantly show up to her house. Like I guess her husband died or something, but like they take care of your family if you die. So like they would just show up, they'd talk to her, they'd hang out with her, and it was just this like elderly Italian lady. There we go. This is good. How do we do this? And does this even work? Eh. So, the one leg's free floating. This one is kind of open to suggestion. Which means I think I want to glue this into a position I like. And then we can sort out the hips that way. This is a little bit like of a, oh man, I hope I don't screw this up moment. Like, woo, I hope this works out for me. Because this next part is, oof. Fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen. And I am not about to screw up a day's worth of work. Oh, no. Because this has to be as close as it can to there. Oh god, it dripped. I mean, it's fine that it dripped. I'm not that worried that it dripped. What's up, Dragon? But yeah, one of the main writers for Venture Brothers, massively eclectic human being. It was cool to see him talk about a lot of the stuff he did, though, and a lot of the stuff he, like, kind of lived with. They were fun. And the whole show was a reminder of basically nerd culture. Because one of the first things he did when he went up there, he was like, hey, I'm starting to realize kind of a mistake here. But it's a mistake I think, be okay with. Maybe. Because, like, we've posed him. But we've posed him in a way. The issue is there's supposed to be a piston here to here. And I don't think that's happening. That's not good, actually. Because that makes him kind of look a little weird. Hang on. We'll reassess. We're gonna reassess a little bit. This is actually one of the parts I really don't like about these kinds of nights. Is that there is actually a limit in the form of like one of these leg joints. Which I probably should have built the leg ball joint first to see how it looked. Because Cerastus nights are all about limitations. Well, any night is all about like limitations of joint and maneuverability. This one's got a lot of maneuverability, but it's not enough to do like crazy stuff. We have to kind of make sacrifices in some areas, while in others we can be fine. So that's fine, okay. The trick is you can extend it, but it doesn't look good. Because you have to consider that the piston visually looks like what it's supposed to look like, right? There's if you extend the piston super far out from here, like look at this. There's a reason why that fits perfect, and it's because that's basically the actual full extension of a piston like this. This would be the full extension. If you go out to here, it's mind-boggling. Because then this could never go to like a full stationary. Because it would like come back to here. This would be as far back as it could go. So even though it's visually and aesthetically and conceptually it's fine for like, ooh, that's action-y. There's a little bit of the engineer in me who's like, oh, I'd hate that. So this is actually a little time sensitive now because there is Tamiya in the other kneecap. Which means this is slowly becoming non-maneuverable. We on the struggle bus now, boys. Because this one I think, oh god. Because this one I think is fine. It's there to there. And that's fine. Like this component, this stance element is fine. Worst case scenario, I can move this around too. This is only glued down in 2 locations. So if I need to make it so that part of this is like turned or twisted, we can do that. That's not a big issue. The other leg joint we have an issue with. That can fit this way. I don't think it can. It's like so close. actually going to be a struggle real quick. Like, this is as close to the pose as I need to get. And I think it kind of fit a second ago. The problem is hand positioning. This is where you need like 4 hands to verify distances. I feel I'm okay with this pose. I am at peace with it. So, I mean, it free stands. Which is always good. The piston locations for the actual leg itself should be fine. Trick is maybe to push that down a little bit. And the other problem comes in the form of, where are they? Oh, I didn't clip them out. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Still lines up, doesn't run into anything. That's good. Alright, let's get some of these pistons together. Did I already shave them up? Nope. So I feel like with this guy in tow, my Chaos Knight army is going to be like massively anti-infantry. And that's if I just want to use him for my Chaos Knights. He is an ally. I think he could be used, right? Maybe. I know there's limits to the allies, so I don't know if I can take a Lancer. I know, right? The song's baller. Castigator. He is considered Towering Titanic Cerastus. So he is considered... So yeah, he's considered Cerastus Knight Castigator. What is the Knight ruling? Either 1 Titanic or 3 War Dog. He's considered Titanic. This guy can be used with my Thousand Suns. Although the benefit is not great. Although his benefit's not bad. In the shooting phase, he gets the sustained, what is it? Suppressive. He gets a suppressive attack, reducing hit rolls. And I mean, he's really 25 wounds, toughness 12. His main weapon is pretty pog. Strength 14, AP 4, damage 6. He's got the 12-inch move. The main problem is he won't have the benefit of the ability to, you know, turn incorporeal and go through walls. So, you know, there's that. There's that little problem. He becomes way too unwieldy without the benefit of mobility. Yeah, we'll just cover up some of the gaps with the sand texture. I'm just glad this piston kind of worked out. Although we're gonna need to make sure it's fairly flat. Since it is basically on the very bitter edge of that little lip right there. I feel like I'm missing a part. Those. Did I not trim an extra part? No, everything's trimmed. Four of those. There's that one. I didn't see it fall anywhere. It's not to say it didn't fall. We'll have to take a look. Maybe I ticked it with something and it rolled away. Okay, where is... Oh, there it is. We got it! Cancel Armageddon. It's not fully sturdy. could see why doing like a basic pose for this would actually be very just simple. None of this worry about how the pistons are supposed to play out. None of this issue with the location of components. Piece it together and be happy. That can't be me, though. I'm gonna live my life challenging myself to spending way too much time trying to make something very extra. Okay, this is the actual stance I would kind of like. In order to pull this off, this back ankle, this back toe, be rotated down. There we go. And then we'll just, again, make the fix with the sand. Oh, that looks good. Oh yeah, there's one other thing actually we got to do here. Where is it? One other fun leg thing. Because it's leg day, ladies and gentlemen. How? What does this do? Nothing, I don't think. I feel like this is meant to go over this lip right here. Like this lip is this. So I can't really do much with this, can I? There's not like an underbelly thing I can do. I'm gonna trim it off. We're gonna take a look at something. Phone call. Yeah, there's really not much I can do here. Because this is actually meant to just extend the top. And you can't really go too much farther than that, because this lays there. Which is pretty flat to this. There's only a minor gap between those parts. Can't really do much with that then. So let's finish up the leg tubes. And I might have to call it because it is 3 o'clock. I gotta get moving. We might come back tomorrow. I need to figure out my schedule because I might try to look for a game tomorrow. We've streamed a good bit this week. But, like, I really want to get a game in, because I haven't played a game in a while, and I'm getting depressed. Because now all I'm thinking of, there's so many YouTube channels for Warhammer 40k where the people play, or the people who do the YouTube channel talk about how they never play games anymore. Because they're just constantly trying to make more videos. And every time I hear that, I think, dear God, I need to not have that be me. Like, I want to play games. I'm okay with spending a lot of time on videos and putting tons of them out. But if I'm not getting at least like one day a weekend of actually playing games, like not just for battle reports or something, but like meeting new people, potentially going to tournaments. Because it's not just the Warhammer community, it's kind of pervasive everywhere. In the gaming side of things, you'll hear people talk about how they don't go to conventions or events because it's actually better for them to not financially. Like just staying home and then reporting on it from home. Like every year that E3 was a thing, like almost all content creators were like, yeah, don't go to E3, but report on E3. It's like, oh. I feel we've developed a sad life for ourselves here that maybe we need to figure out. No, I want to get a game in. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the negative effects of lack of game. Okay, so the way this works is this is supposed to go here. And it's supposed to plug in here and here. Are they supposed to cross over? No. No, I've just closed the gap between this leg and here so much that it's a really tight fit. Oh. Real quick, before we get ready to go, where is it? Where is it? I need to pull some hands out. That's funny, but probably no. pull out a lot of these armor components. There's one half of the head. But I feel like the Keeper of Secrets head is going to be just too small, right? It's just going to be too small. It's going to look too weird. Or not the Keeper of Secrets. Or to change. Because even with, I mean, we have the neck. I mean, it feels too classic, right? A lot of little armor components I want to make sure we have access to. A lot of extra limb components. I don't know what that is. Yeah, man, you got that internet mind virus, as they like to call it. The song is like a virus. Good. At this point, we're basically just trying to find things where we're like, ooh. Oh, I found the fist. There we go. Power axe, that could be good for something. There's the other part of the other head. That's so weird. Okay, hold please. Because this is always a possibility. I feel like this possibility is very monodirectional. Like whatever the outcome of this, it's almost like, yeah, you would go with the Lord of Changehead. Right. Because it's a little bit, like, expected. But maybe that's not a bad thing. Question is this actually... No, this isn't the one half of the head meant for this half. At all. These are not the right two halves. Ooh! Got a brimstone. Do love me a good basing brimstone. So question is... We have... Why do we have... two Lord of Changeheads that are not right for each other? And no other heads apparent. Also, where the hell... Where the hell did all my good shields go? Oh, this is Lord of Change parts. What the hell do we even have in here? So we got another large, weird Tzeentch symbol. We got a component for a Demon Blade. We got a book. I actually want to use the Kairos book on this guy somewhere. I think it could be really cool, like hanging down here or something. Lord of Changehead. Lord of Change Neck. Lord of Change Neck. And we need a couple heads, a couple tongues. Big Tzeentch iconography. I don't want too much of the demonic components. Like the Chaos Spawn components. This is mostly Chaos Spawn components in here. We do have really cool... Okay. The problem is that they have the little hands attached to them. Frickin', I have a bunch of Enlightened Divining Spears. I don't know what we could use them for, but they're probably some of the cooler Tzeentch symbology functions. Like, I think I could cut them off near the hand and maybe get, like, some, like, symbolic spiking. I don't know. A lot of this right now is kind of amorphous thought process, because at any point I could look at it and just go, no, and then just throw it away. Put it off to one side. Ooh. Kyric shields. No backing. It's literally just a shield. I'm gonna need as many of these as I can humanly find. Because I kind of have a plan with the chain that I'm getting. I have a sort of a plan. We're gonna do the shoulder pad, and then I might, with chain, hang from the inside of here, just like an arced chain with shields attached to it. That's gonna be kind of like a mini chain cloak that, with the gun and arm out like it's gonna be, is gonna be pushed up by the arm. So there'll just be like these hanging chains coming out from under one of the arms. That is an idea I kind of want to make sure gets in somehow. Grab some of these, more Tzeentch iconography. Neck. Another head. Shield. I'm mostly just going to filter through this bag and then probably set the bag aside because we won't need much else, I think, out of here. A lot of these components in here are from the Zangor Enlightened and a Chaos Possessed box. So a lot of it's probably just going to be set aside. I just want to make sure we've got tongue options because I still don't know. I still don't know if we're going to do the Forge Fiend head, or if we're gonna go the more like straight up Lord of Change route with a Lord of Change head. Specifically, this container should be from my actual Lord of Change, which means we should have the double neck in here. Which means we could give this guy a double head. The Kairos double head. I just need to get through to the other end of this filter. Get through all of these pieces, mostly Zangor. There's a couple Rubric Marine parts in here. I still never found the Rubric Marine loincloths that I lost. I'm pretty much sure I threw them away like an idiot. I have these bouts where I'm sitting in my room and I look around and I see like stuff just sitting around and I'm like, I gotta clean up. And then I do. And then like a week later, this is a psychological state that I need it. I think most people need it. That need to be like, let me clean where I live. But the problem, grab me one of those. The problem is, a lot of the times I'll clean up. My brain like switches over to let's get rid of it, and then I do, and then I have that moment of like, where the hell did I put that? Oh no! Like, and it's usually weeks after. It's not like the next day, and I can be like, oh, it's probably still in my trash from when I threw all that stuff out. No, it's like weeks later when I'm like, oh, I took that out, didn't I? Ooh, we got a little screamer. Why do I have a baby screamer? I mean, I like it. I'm gonna go with the brimstone. There's another baby. Where? Okay, what has baby screamer? Oh, I know. Zangor Enlightened. Change head. I think I only found like 2 tongues. That's not good. these. That's good. Come on, bro. There's got to be another tongue in here. You better not be holding out on me, Bits bag. Scrolls, hands. Okay then. Consider that bag filtered. Now here's the thing. I actually don't like this because this is actually one of the things I think is weakest about the new Chaos Demon model, is that the wings for it are leather wings, and like I don't think they're gonna look good on this. These would be cool to have if you were a Night Lord army and you were trying to build one of these guys. I would 100% toss these on the back of it as like a Night Lord iconography thing. But for now, we got an axe, a sword. We can use as parts potentially. These are mostly Demon Prince bits. I don't think a lot of them are useful. Not here. We got the little pieces of armor. I mean, maybe. Hold on to them. Alright, consider this bag filtered as well. So, got a couple options here. Option one, we are 100% not using the head that this came with, because I think it looks dumb. It's actually the key element of this model that I don't like. This little kind of BS, like, it doesn't look good. It has the two little faceplate things, which makes it look like it plays in football. I hate that. No. So the idea is we trim the back of this off, right? Like we cut kind of through a little bit. We replace with this. We have to kind of trim inside here, which is going to be a little hectic. And then we can cut the piping and then reassess the piping into this guy's neck. And then we can have kind of this Forge Fiend head instead. Or I can say, screw it to this whole thing, make a giant ball of green stuff, and then just put it here, and then just be like, bloop. Not just that, but if I do the green stuff route, I can maybe, because I bought some tools to shape green stuff. I can maybe give him 2 Forge Fiend's heads. Kind of like a little bit of like a pseudo Cerberus, or Cerebus. Cerberus? There we are. There's the word. But like, I don't know. I don't really like that, because this is a very large head. But like we were also saying, I now have access. If we can find the right neck for it. I think I have access. Oh yeah, we do. Head number 1. What is this song? I'm hearing it come through my headphones. I'm like, what? Head number 1, head number 2. And there is a way. I'm trying to remember that these actually attach. Or we could always just green stuff. And then give him sort of the Kairos head, which is the double Lord of Change head. Or we can go mono Lord of Change head, which we have this. It would work perfectly fine, because it's Kairos' neck is big, but not as big as a standard Lord of Change. I might have to scrub the plastic glue off the inside of the neck. Probably won't matter, though. Which, the mono Lord of Change neck into the head could be good. Again, it would be, I would trim all this out and then green stuff ball and then try to merge it to look like it's coming out of here.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a song.
Mechanically speaking, the best possible option is probably the Forge Fiend. This is the one I glued. It's probably the Forge Fiend. Just because it, I mean... practically the same exact size. Which again, is weird. Because this is huge. And a Forge Fiend is like a quarter of its total size. And the fact that this one's head is the same is like, I don't know. So I got some decisions to make. And we've got, oh no, we've got a ton more bits to go through. A ton more bits to go through. But I gotta get moving. He's already half a foot taller. Like, he's so huge! Why is this model so big? And I barely changed his height with this leg stance. Like, barely changed it. God, these are huge models. Thank God I got the new box. The new box is actually probably going to be tall enough to fit one of these. I might have to order another set of those boxes, because they're really good boxes. I could move all of my Lords of Change and everything over to them. It would be great. This is cool. I might stream tomorrow. It depends. I'm going to figure out what my schedule is. I might try to get a game in. I think I'm going to aim to try to get the game in Saturday because I like doing Saturdays. But if I can get it Friday and not Saturday, then I guess that's fine as well. We got work to do. He's coming along, though. I'm liking the stance. I'm like, because it does look like he's kind of stepping over things, which is good. Gotta remember that he's gonna have like this weird chest plate. I'm not too sure how it's supposed to sit. But yeah. Gun positioning, arm positioning, and then tacking and gluing. This thing is still crazy to me. I have a couple cases. I have a couple small cases because this stuff is huge. Normally, it's this. Actually, let me pull the one that isn't painted white. Like, this is the normal size. I have pretty good cases for these. because you have so many options, because this is not massive. Let me make sure this is all closed up. But like, this thing, massive. This is going to be... Actually, no, it's not. I don't want to lie. This is not the tallest model that I have. The tallest model that I have can't fit in the case that I think will fit this. Let me see if I can find the picture before I go. Because, I mean, you haven't seen most of my stuff, I think, Rax. Some of you have seen things that I've made. But not all of you. Scrolling. Here he is. Do I have a full-size picture of him? Ooh, nice. Okay. Studio. Right monitor. Full screen. So this fade is my tallest model that I've painted. He's probably a good, just because of the wings, he's probably a good 1/4 of a foot or 1/2 a foot taller than this guy's gonna end up being. Yeah. Who's messaging me? This is from the more fantasy-centered version of Warhammer. But yeah, this guy, much bigger. That base, huge. The fact that it's glued literally at this rock, which is attached at 2 points on this tail, and then the whole tail isn't glued down. There is a small component of the tail that's a little oval under one part of the tail that actually makes it sit properly. Like, it's right here at the front of the tail. It's this tiny little oval that they put like right there. So it's the oval, there's 2 points that actually connect here on the stone, and then the stone connects down. This thing was goddamn crazy to paint. I loved it. This was my first introduction to how to do underglow. And this was me completely, like, the thing about how I do underglow now, like underlight, it wasn't me looking into it. It was me looking at the model and going, I think this will work, and then doing it. Hitting him all over with yellow, doing it from a slightly higher angle with orange, and then doing it from a zenithal high top down with dark purple, which the dark purple is where I painted all the color. Because I wanted him to seem like he was underlit with the lava from below. And then doing an OSL of the bright blue sword to make it look magical, because, you know, it's kind of the key. You want the thing to seem magical. He's got that blue glow going up here. And then, of course, the glowing green skulls. Even the birds. I did all the birds with top down. But yeah. Glowing blue OSL on them. Alright, I gotta get moving, because I think I gotta grab some food on the way home. Maybe we stream tomorrow, maybe we don't. We have the Discord. You can always hang out there. Just find out. You know, I'll usually post stuff up about it. And yeah, till next time, guys. Later.